It should be going. We're using settings. Oh, yes. So it's on Vimeo, but no one's
Motion in a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Well, we started too, and that's it. All right, so now we're on to streets.
Yeah,
Alright.
now we're gonna go to the budget. I think there's three more slides on this. Basically, take the top slide. Now we're up on this. We're already above the amount budgeted for property tax collection. So again, you get most of the collection around January, February, March. All right, the next one is year-to-date expenditure. So this slide here is broken out by the general fund department. It's by the first one. I'm not going to go into them. Look at the doctorate versus correction. Live. End of June should be right. Pie chart. Each one shade. So, first, city administrator, that same slide from this one. Now we just focus on by department. City administrator and the S&P. There's a couple of things in my budget that look like anything winning. Like a drunken sailor, but that's not the case. One of them is City Hall, and there was another one I didn't know. Why is it in my budget? It should be non-departmental.
That was gonna be my question. All right.
Other repairs and maintenance all under. Right. That's that. Whatever. But yeah, so Phil, like when you complain that you can't win, why isn't the council? I think I'm fixed. So, but yeah, you have to. Our next one is library. Well, that's a difficult question. I'll say this: there are some grants that we should be able to get. I mean, the low hanging fruit library and it should not be school districts libraries special carve out for libraries. Very very thing money by church schools and libraries. And we have not called them just used to get it. We haven't given it. That's one that we're back. There was one grant that we applied for at Walmart. We did not get that one. This one, but they gave it to Erie House, Steinbach. But when they held well, they're supposed to be. Anyway, so my understanding is they did get 10%. Either way, the library didn't get it, but someone else or not. That's the only one that I'm aware of that was that. They had a couple of little grants that was shooting always similar, but paperwork. Yeah. So we had to pay it out when we had to pay it out. We used to watch. It should have been so that's well as of right now. Well, we have budget. Oh, but yeah, and I don't know where. We'll see how we end up in the year, but it's very possible we're right at or maybe slightly over. YN was brought in from outside of time for they were in some hired as our interim budget there. So there's some expenses there that are for this year. I really don't know how we're going to all of that until March. The Mexican. So right now, the budget is 1 million. Profit, over 1 million. But you know,
How about meeting costs? How are we meeting?
It does. Leroy. Sitting at 11, we've got one more to go. I am top caliber. Left.
Hopefully okay.
Well,
Let me,
we got Val Kilmer's bodyguard now. So
you could have grabbed Loki if you
again, that's in support of like we want to be able to move the system county and the city, so they have ads. That's not something the council has to do later. Fine, but we now have every city side to go to bags and cards. The other thing about that, like the system where you, in an emergency, they're all color coded and use the exact same format, if you will, the Texas Department of so each department has color coded to it and all that. So the idea is that this is good. It is an emergency. The reason we're doing it is for this texture and equipment. Obviously, but she that's when she's over budget. Get the permit, turn around and repair actually, you'll see this in the proposed budget. Not necessarily, but anyway, you'll see this in the proposed budget for expenses and deductions for revenue, which you won't see in the general fund, also going up. That's Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec's a big one because you've got all of the seasonal park community center stuff in there. Like the stock restaurant, lights and fire parks. She look like they're way over budget. Those are the budget. That's to get the funds to the main back in, and that is fantastic. You know, go RV park. there were a couple of yeah,
Ridiculous.
get books and talk. We actually already one of the caveats is y'all wouldn't let me do anything until we got the check. Already, but it won't show up on the expenditure side. But yeah, we already the revenue is in hand before we even started the project. Yeah, yeah, actually, issue. But I am so operating loans, GDP, whatever, don't notice much. Show me that. First, revenue, sales tax, property, wise, or talking about actually, and then we do an admin cost. So it's 240 in revenue, so profit, and you call it like that's part of that justification. It's not all due to their cost. They have to pay for Megan, who's full-time permit clerk. So the increase in revenue offsets the cost of that. That's what it's. So the incentive, if you let them know, it's like 3% of the food goes to the Red Cross. But that's still, that's the offset cost. So aren't you doing that different then? Finance. Yes. We'll go into the changes, kind of like the saw earlier. This is why oh, well, color stars. But that's what I don't know if that's all. EMG. That's good. admin is intern positions for you. Part time. Vector not a part. All right. More on fund balance on one. Uh, with the IT related stuff, uh, there's less. Apologize. Actually, all this is, yeah, I saw the back. Guys, are looking parts on, uh, you put it over the numbers, rate, what I want to point out is that last, we'll go, there'll be a couple of slides that probably speak to this, but the last time we looked at the enterprise budget, big concern is this current year budget, the one we're in right now, was balanced by $985,000. As of right now, as of today, looking at our revenues and it appears that we'll be able to finish the year without 50 million. Next year, when I presented to you last time, we were at 1.4 or 1.7 million dollars. As of right now, still in a deficit. We'll see that in a minute. It's like 350,000. Fortunately, we can rate change our way out of it. I don't recommend that. I don't really want to change rates. Fund balance is strong. And other right texture in the check. That's what this is designed to do. Rates should be breaking even. That happen, but I'm working through that's kind of the big change. Maybe where is color balance? Next slide is revenue on current year expenses are alpha. I just think right. Kind of over under. Here we have stop. Not cut out. Shady. Here's the admin. Right. And then this is our big unknown. We're working against that to where we really have that. All working. That's the big unknown. Staff flow is not going to stream cash flow. Cash flow we are, the other knows the system. So we won't know everything. We're all running through this IS. Next slide. Under Well, pardon me. And the other thing there is like this business like outsource bug and I offer. Yeah, you know, I don't. Honestly, I don't know why the four. Yeah, why is the forecast bad?
Well, we did.
Well, yes, but that's also on the commercial side. It should only be looking at revenues. I think. Yeah, I don't think it's for commercial gets to go directly to them. So that's a you get a handling it. But on the actual pay cost, I'm not sure. I don't know why that forecast. City admin, the big thing is we over budgeted cost gas actually. Right now we're not obviously but we adjusted back down when we had our average 5,000 budget is 455. Honestly, why we thought it that yeah, good. But we also changed the way our rate structure is. So all that gets passed through anyway. It doesn't matter if that executive department. Five-year historical operation budget. Demands we not include bond. So let's see. I will not do but that now we build direct part of the time. My time that five people we build interest from the general fund. It's saying that assets. So part of the change that we direct and on top of that. Pencils out, got a lot of those. The revenue, revenue, sales, five, two, sundown, that's 95. That's a big part of that's because of winter and the fact we really going to go back to January, we're going to actually do like March. That hurt this year's budget. Next year, we're going to do a year. That's helping with the oscillates, gas, so we're working on a more sophisticated model. For the businesses, but now it's not as kind of construction, facilities, about a 1%. Major changes to the enterprise fund budget for, for the admins that have this system. I'm not trying to think of a spot, but usually how I think gas is almost $1,000. Most budget, all by wastewater. That department, dollars. Water. I want to make an electric site. Hey, CPS free. How can I not get this electric? Well, part of it boils down to CPS. They're supposed to honor their tariff rates for the older business. We were buying wholesale power and they have a wholesale transmission charge. The whole argument, our legal basis, argument right now, under the PUC guidelines, we did not change the customer. We were still, literally, still getting left in lines with those tariffs we charging for what we should have been charging. We changed it, not by a small amount, like $53,000 a month from what should have been. So we are keeping a running total of what we do in the overbuild amount. So it's so that's actually at some point there'll be a reckoning. That'll be when we finally decide to been progressing. I've had no new ability yet. But that's a big reason why our electric up. This is just to raise. We adopted. We knew electric was going to go some because of we looked and compared prices. We were going to go up no matter what. Australia's rate was lowest. Yes, and still there's still the increase is in, but it's much less. It was not. Price time. We're going to go over year-to-date revenue expenditure. Dollars. So the big thing is our fuel sales has not been as high. Now, when fuel sales are down, your revenue's down, but your expenses are down as well. You'll see that in your expenditure slide. Expenditures are down, they're less than what we had forecasted. Those revenues by capital expenditures. So last time y'all saw this, rentals went down, and the question was, why was down, Scott? I thought you were going up. Rates. And the answer was because, for one, we had not gone up on the rates yet. Proposed, we did not put in our proposed increase. Proposed increase is 3% across the board. And what we were showing was, well, we're not paying that lease fee. Keep in mind, the city is paying a $9,000 lease for the land, ball fields. That was coming from our general fund, parks, the airport. Actually, some people don't, but it's actual checks written from the city's utilities, from the city airport. Well, that check doesn't happen anymore, so they don't get to recognize the revenue. That was $9,000. That's where that delta was. So now it's gone from a negative to a positive. The reason that is a 3% increase is more than the $9,000 cost. The reason we're able to not pay that leasing was just in labor that our water department says on that water well is way more than $9,000. We have to use just work on that water. There's a 13. That still says $1,000 and a lot less than that. $100,000. We end up with that. Like actual $5,000 every year. Assets are could, if we wanted to, we could take those expenditures and bring in real money, real money that we want. This is for that's your runway in 20 years. So that's what you're doing. You're appreciating the value of this asset. No one might be giving you more than just no price on it. Budget airport, also really employees. Left check left thing was a market. Last slide. Next company, two, budget one, company, not necessarily budget about actually about fourth about because so tonight we're going to talk about tax rate. It's also some slides. Budget. I have one more comment. This is just really following something we brought up before. I think Councilman Dyer asked the streets budget and general fund way back an hour ago. You'll see the streets went down by $30,000. That is an increase in personnel costs because you may recall Devin's budget salary is broken up in several departments. In departments like services, that was over streets and animal services and plants and parks. So we did the salary up. That's what that is. So it's not that we're doing less streets or we decrease the actual personal costs out of it.
Now, on education, tax rate,
presentation, which is relatively brief. We're going to walk through what our proposed tax rates are, and then how we compare the county, what we know as far as like values, like changes to the actual type of consumption that we have by tax. Next slide is 2023 partial Castroville. We have is level 65. Part of that list is people that are that here is the tax value, value of the Castroville, not the market fee for that $200,000. On
Substantial, yeah.
the 2023 tax rate. That's where we're at. Looking at that, we're going to know and we have value of the city. That's our history. Last 5 years, or past 3 years. 5 years. Later on. Calculation tax rate, revenue tax rate, effective rate that we increased years ago, 0.522. Tax rate is the rollback rate, and it's 5.65. The proposed tax rate, we have a current rate of 5.3. We have two different options. Same rate of 5.3. The M&O will go down, and the IMS will. So the other option is the approval rate, 5.65. That'll increase the rate next month. Vote approval rate, so generate additional revenue. That's the recommendation for staff extruded to adopt the voter approval rate as the proposed rate gives you the maximum flexibility. Gives you the maximum ability to adopt it. It also gives you an opportunity to listen to constituents and see what they think about that, right? But as far as a budget, and we'll say this is the next tax rate as well. The budget is relying on a 0.5. So if you adopted a higher rate, any higher rate, like you should have additional revenue. If you went with 0.5 and one of the things that we've got two Fox grants, two, two police officers do a Fox grant. It would be beneficial to have someone assigned just for traffic. We don't have a facility. We need additional parts. I'm sure we come up with all kinds of other reasons, especially if I had more money, Those are the areas that I right away. Merchant pros and cons on it, but well is that's the big takeaway though is this is what we can do. I is living that out. That purpose is that not part of the truth. All the new things, all the new that full road, full road, that enable this to continue and started. Right now, our bank is doing that which people have the ability to reduce that parts, general fund related items within the next ball, but building that way out, that's the way to do that without your way you do that is move over the certificate deposit choose that we fund to the and which you about $10,000 rates strategy, what the whole reason is the hires. So when you're ready, once you see that in the future projects, we will have captured IMS. We got that back in the issue new debt, general fund, our base rate to all the constituents all in concert. There's a lot more than that. There is considerable more debt that eventually going to run out of debt. That's a fall conversation. That's when whole strategy laid out 3 years ago, 2 years ago, on this playing out. Playing out exactly. Correct. We have an opportunity.
Will have an opportunity to tell us
Correct. And correct. It'll be a very similar presentation. The tax presentation is the same. The budget presentation is probably out all the correct. Correct. Well, the big issue is how you're going to use it. Are there services? Are there things? Are there areas or services you can do for those tax correct? Parks. That's a policy decision. The only reason I'm just showing this to you is not is I feel like I would be negligent not to show you what the better approval rate is, even though we agreed to that setting. Because the better approval rate is the rate you can top us out at. Show that to you for your information. But again, the budgets we got. That's true. Okay, that's the other reason. Because I'm required by law. I forgot about that part. And I would think I did. These homes thrown out of the ground. Well, they need yeah, yeah. So well, and it's not, they don't have to be occupied. So that's the owner of that land, the owner of the building, pays the taxes. The owner occupies. Yes and no. So we've done some stuff on the cash side, but that's actually part of what I'm doing our financial advisory as part of the forecasting I want him to do. So we sit down and talk about this. So yes and no. I've done some, but our financial advisor just as of last week, we really need to update that model. Let's get the new takedown schedules from all of the developers, not just Alsatian Oaks. Let's look what that crystal ball says now. Because obviously, what is it? What's our best guess? We have not. I have not received that. That's planning for probably or probably November. We're right out of November. Option number one, based on its taxable value of dollars, the current option tax is 5.523. The property tax without any exemptions to that $10,000. That would accumulate taxable value, rate changes, to maybe that $1,000. So that taxable value, I realize it's five actual average value this year versus next year. Probably $100. Probably this is the tax. 240,000. If you went all the way to the voter approval, it'd be 240. Yeah, that's how we calculate. That's the worksheet. Calculates it would be an estimated actual change because everything's messy. Last year, I mean, you've seen, I probably got these. I've never been on those. Part of last year, from our certified value to our finished value was a 3%. So they gave us a certified value in July. But when everything shook out by January, February next year, sometimes it's 3% more. So the last slide, budget, Biggie, tax rate, national level.
Loading.
No, no. It's your bill. The council's. Okay. It's a record vote of the councils. Each of you, doesn't matter what rate you adopt, each of you will be asked, Paul Kerry, what's your vote? So,
Okay. I shall vote on.
the, the voter approval was formerly known as the rollback rate. That is the rate of which stock anything higher than that has to.
All right. So citizens, anybody want to come up? on up. Never try to see.
I might be. First Alexander 5:16. Thank you for that. For my first comment, I hope that was nice. Second, I'm going to use some old, not brought up here. There's also an old term called effective tax. Effective tax goes, as you value effective value. You understand this? Going in, you're making it up with that. My question is, going in is one of the times that they yes, because if not, why are we raising it? In my utility, I have that, so if you're raising it, are you in fact setting yourself up for right? Because it's not money saved if you yes. So the fact is, save it for a rainy day for something else. It's not. I can answer this question. It's my opinion, and I'm just saying that I believe that. So, city of San Antonio, not San Antonio, for more than 20 years, told everybody we're not raising, not raising, kept it up. But in fact, they did raise it every year. They blamed it on the appraisers, but it was a combination of appraisers and it. Because every year, as the property values come, the O&M went down. And by keeping the same rate, that is a tax rate. So that's my opinion on that. So that's what I have to say about the tax rate. You guys are great. I understand it correctly. Still, you can still on top of that. I don't know. I'm just curious. How many city employees do you have? So, 58. I was just curious. So there's a lot of questions in that. I'm only asking questions just answer. Now, one more comment, really fast. Talking about taxes. My understanding, I filed over 5, and maybe my appraisal tax rate, or the tax rate is going up. I don't know exactly, but it's a combination of both. Because if you have that over 65 on land, yeah, just what's tax, what is it, what is that different on different regions. I don't know when the city years ago, last 65 last can't go back. And I was told, what? I don't, right. I don't know what it all is. However that works out. My question is the rate, effective rate, and that's so if you want to keep it the same level, what you get is I wanted to, I thought there was a question there, not sure, but for the question about issuance, are you planning to issue debt? The answer is yes. That was the plan 5 years ago. We issued some general fund debt at that time, and thought we were 2 years of getting traditional debt. We haven't been able to. Growth has not caught up. But what we're doing is building that INS portion of the rate to the rate flat. No one is saying that you aren't paying more tax because of valuation. No lower valuations. We're not pretending that we do. We're not pretending that we do. But the rate, the overall rate, the council supported a plan to keep that rate flat, knowing that values would go up, knowing that there's new construction, and at the same time building a strategy to build up that INS portion of the rate, because again, the agreements that we made to developers, they get a portion of their property taxes back, but that agreement does not apply to the INS. So the city, what that means is that we, on a percentage basis, is more for the INS for sure. That's why. So it's a strategy. But eventually, whether it's next year or the year after, the council, I think, they'll adopt a capital plan and they'll fund that capital plan from the general fund by this year's plan. That's the plan. That's the strategy. That's what.
And I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is raising taxes for the president. You're not going to issue debt. You don't raise the INS. But the INS generally pays for it. So
that is just not
saving.
It's not creating stupid stocks. So that is the whole concept. Again, this isn't intended to have a back and forth view, Bruce, but you're bringing up good points that I want to be able to clarify for everybody else. This isn't about, it's about cities to not have stupid stocks. The only way you can do that is either successfully trying to adopt a little rate and not going to, or inflate that INS rate using existing debt. We're issuing new debt. We're not issuing new debt. Existing debt that allows us, in the law, it allows us to strategy. Solid that. It allows you gives you the capacity to be able to issue debt and not have a sticker shock. So you'll be able to say, this is the tax. You issue this much debt. That's what we're trying to rise it. What is that? How much annual will be the current amount of debt? Right now, like I said, we're saving additional rights. That's what we're thinking about. As you save on debt, this year would be an additional 160. We're saving about $200,000 in the INS rate. That's $200,000. This was a 5-year plan. We'll see how all of this also is based on a model of valuation. It's not all about relying on our own values to go up. That's actually the worst case. Nobody wants to tax out of the house without leveraging the growth and value of the house. I want to reiterate the strategy that over 65 instances that was also brought up. The city of Castroville is the only city in the county that I'm aware of that has a free tax. When you turn 65, it doesn't happen automatically that I'm aware of. You have to go to the tax office, tell them approved, I'm 65. My birthday present, your birthday present is that your taxes, both the rate and the value, both free. So what you pay in that year, for good or for bad, that's forever. Now, I believe I have to bone up on whether it's in the year video the offer low rate. I don't think you locked into that higher rate, and all of a sudden they drop the rate. What it's explained in the past is if you add value to your house, something else that wasn't there before, that is not frozen. Now added new value that is added to the value and it's frozen with that new value. Talk about this.
Okay, anybody else have a question?
So far, that's the terms that we have for LCC. other ones that are there are
Public hearing and discussion. Discussion of flagship on changes to providers for health, dental,
this on March. March, we hired March last year. I know you called the council supported staff recommendation by March. But the main objective was one of the complaints I received. Who said that? But one of the complaints I are small community experiences in itself. Out of pocket. Fine.
Hi, thanks for having us. Sorry, I'm suffering with allergies a little bit, so my voice is a little hoarse. And I talk loud too, so if I sound too loud, let me know. But thanks for having us. You know, we have worked with y'all for close to a year. I don't know if you're familiar with Marsh McLennan Agency. We're the largest insurance broker in the nation. Have over 10,000 employees. We have about 100 up the road in San Antonio. And so I do about 2 billion in annual revenue. So what that means to y'all is can't work with anybody better as far as we have the most dollars under management as far as negotiating power. The reason I think that that's important is when Scott and I initially started speaking, y'all had been a part of this Texas benefit pool and have been for quite some time. And exactly to his point, he wanted to make sure that he was doing the best for the employees of the city because it's hard to attract and retain top talent, right? So when you have that, that's one of the most expensive concerns, the benefits of the big that really usually behind your pay. And so I engaged or we started talking probably last June. By the time we became the broker, Texas Benefit Pool had already had the city sign a commitment for this plan year that y'all are currently in. And they do that because they really don't give people the time to shop. So when you're out on the open market and you're an October renewal, the carriers don't release the renewal until August 1st. And so they're trying to lock you in ahead of time. It's a great strategy for them, but they're trying to lock you in ahead of time. It really doesn't give you a lot of opportunity to stock the market and see what else is out there. When we started pulling the data, y'all are running at about a 35% medical loss ratio in 2 years. So what that means is you're running phenomenally. I would say that, but y'all have had really low claims. So the premium that you're paying out, we're just leaving money on the table. And so I told Scott as soon as I saw that, I know that we're going to be able to get carriers because a lot of times these association plans or these benefit pool plans, they're really held up by groups such as yourself that are running really, really well. It helps the groups that aren't running as well. And so a lot of times you might have heard in the past, United Way had this type of plan and it fell apart because once groups started to realize that they could go out on the open market and get that rate, then it slowly starts to cycle out of control. And so those plans a lot of times will expand. And so when we went out on the open market, the carriers were excited because they hadn't seen these groups in a very long time. They hadn't been shopped. They've been with the Texas benefit pool for a long time. Okay, so the carriers were excited, and we got some really great competitive bids. And you'll see that I think they have this in your packet. And so right now, what you're currently spending, total premium is 461,000 with Blue Cross on the Texas benefit pool. And we have some great options. You'll see that United Healthcare came in. Look, plans are never going to be identical. right? Like July. So we try to find plans that are as similar as possible. But you'll see that the savings, if we make a move to even United Healthcare, and we're also going to talk about another carrier called Curative that's new to the market, that you're going to have some substantial savings, great benefit offerings for these employees as well. So I'm going to skip over the United Healthcare first because Curative is what we are recommending. And then we can always back up if y'all have any questions just in the so if you look at the page that shows Curative, you're looking at 391,000 total premium. Curative is a new carrier to the marketplace. So they're the guy who started Curative. He's a billionaire. He made his money on COVID testing. He's actually from England and started the headquarters in Austin. So he wanted to come in and say, hey, we're going to fix the healthcare system. And what he thinks is the most challenging for employees is it's complicated. And so a lot of times, and most people don't have $1,000 in savings in the country, right? And so when they have these medical expenses come up, they don't have the money for it. And so his whole thing is, I'm going to make it simplistic, and it's going to be $0. There's nothing easier than $0. So if the employees will do a baseline visit, they get on a phone call with a curative healthcare navigator, and they don't care if they're sick. They don't care. They're going to do a 45-minute assessment with them, and their whole goal is to just, if they uncover something unhealthy about their lifestyle, they want to try to get them engaged with a primary care physician or get them the care they need. If they will do this 45-minute call, everything is $0 on those.
Is there a blood test?
Nope. No.
I remember you telling me.
Yeah. No blood tests. There's no, and they can say I'm the unhealthiest person. I have all, I've got cancer, I've got diabetes. It does not matter. The whole goal is he feels like if they get them engaged with somebody and start talking, and best yet, it's free, that people will go and get the health care that they need. Diabetes is a big issue here in South Texas, right? We like our tacos, we like our Big Red. And so people don't want to go and get the medication a lot of times because it's so expensive and it's $0. So that's I think everybody's big concern is they're new to the market. Texas Department of Insurance has been fully funded for 3 years. They have a best AM rating of A minus. So the best AM score has been around since 1899, where they are vetting out insurance companies. Most people can't get an A minus anymore. Those have flipped. A lot of the larger Marsh McLennan, all of the other big brokerage agencies, we fully vet out because we're not going to put our clients at risk if we feel like an organization isn't going to be right. They're going to close their doors overnight. Now, do we think that they're going to be around in 20 years? We hope so because we think competition is important in the marketplace, but we don't know. It's kind of like Humana just exited the commercial space recently, but they get a runway. That's why the Texas Department of Insurance makes sure that they're fully funded for that 3 years and they continue to make them funded. So just to put your mind at ease, that's the first question I usually get. Well, we're not familiar with Curative. The other thing is they are renting an Aetna network called First Health because they don't have a big enough network yet. They're rapidly trying to build their own network, and that's going to be important for them because that's going to help their discounts even more so. But because of that, I've got a group out in Yoakum. I've got several rural areas that my clients are out in, and they have access to providers because of that Aetna network and with Curative. The other thing that we're finding with Curative is they're more fast and nimble than these big, we call them BUCAs, for Blue Cross, United, Cigna, and Aetna. There's a lot of red tape, and Curative tends to be more nimble. And what I mean by that is if there's a provider not in network, they're actively reaching out and trying to negotiate with those providers so that they want to make clients happy, right? And so the BUCAs, they take forever in that process, and they're a little bit more unwilling to budge because they're the big, right? So that's going to be my recommendation. Anytime you make a move, there's always going to be a little bit of disruption, right? There might be a provider that's not going to be in network. Um, I think Leroy and them sent out some communication trying to do due diligence on providers for these around their medication. But it's some pretty significant savings. It's around 70,000 for the premium as a whole. The other thing is, whenever Leroy was mentioning earlier, there's about 14 grand of a consulting fee that they had built into the budget this past year that we already built into the price. So that's going to go away. Um, sorry.
No, didn't really. We met last Wednesday. So one of the challenges, reason one, I didn't know this had to go to council for approval. Um, I didn't know that I had to choose their healthcare provider. So when we met on Wednesday, my plan was to, we're gonna look at the plans, buy a quality meeting, but we had to gear up at this meeting with you all. I have talked to several employees. We have some of the concerns, so let's outline. One, the brand new, are we gonna be managing my doctor? What are my concerns? They're saying we have to do this phone call, that's, are they gonna try anything more from me? They have some, what I think are legitimate concerns, I'm trying to answer those as best as I can. Oh, go ahead. What I'm concerned about is employees are not learn. For example, as doctors in Castroville that are in the plan now, still be in the plan as a change, or we have to find some doctors. Are the pharmacies that are in the plan now will still be available? My understanding is that in the new plan, none of the pharmacies in Castroville are going to be available. You've got to go to HC. You've got to go 16 miles hill. No, if I'm correct, point. I think before we make a decision, change of plan, employees, explain old versus the new. What's going to happen to the what happens to the farmers? What happens to the COVID? Then the recommendation from staff is whether we should or should not. What I'm hearing, not able to vote on, I don't. I would love to be able to do that. Our challenge right now is cleaning up the neighborhood. I don't understand why we have to do it in August. When does our
Not because of
enrollment?
us.
I
That's
know,
more of a
but we have to have people make their elections. Yeah. Well, right. That's one of our issues, is just be able to get it out and get the votes back. So we're moving slow, we're moving as fast as we can, but that's why this has to come to council tonight. And I don't want to put, not purposely put you in this position where you have to make a decision, but we need to do it tonight. We've got to have a moment. The things you stated, we have looked into a couple of those issues, heard. I know, um, I still got employees that have concerns, but we tried to call to see which doctors, so we know DeFar is on the plan, but the Alcis clinic or whatever is not. We know that, we knew going into this that prescriptions, medicines would only be available at HEB in this area, there's other pharmacies available that are not near us. HEB is the closest, or they're mailed to your house. They'll mail them directly to your house. So if you had an emergency or you had to go, someone got sick, you had to go pick up the medicine, yeah, you'd have to drive to HEB to get it. It's free delivery.
That's part of it. It's free.
It's no, it's
So
free
it's
delivery.
different from the mail order that you're used to, but it's going to be free. They want people to have the prescriptions delivered to their house. It's easier for them. And it also runs through Curative, has their own pharmacy benefit manager. Pharmacy is some of the biggest drivers of health insurance going up nowadays. And so they have their own PBM or pharmacy benefit manager. They want people using, they don't really want them going to retail. They want them using that delivery service because they're able to control the cost even more. So it's really just going to be on our part to educate the employees as far as the way that the new process works. They can go to, they can go to HEB, but I think once they are familiar with having it delivered to their home, they're not going to want to go back. It's kind of like why everybody's gravitated towards Amazon, right? They want to be able to sit at home and have everything delivered to them, have it at their fingertips. And so it is going to be some change, Mr. Dyer, but I do think that, this is what we do on a regular basis. It's just our job to make sure that we're communicating that to the employees. And I will tell you, the groups that we have moved over to Curative, in the San Antonio office, we have about 16 that have been moved over. The employees love it. Is there going to be some disruption because they might have a provider that's not in network? Absolutely, but that wouldn't matter if you moved to United Healthcare, Aetna, any of the other carriers. There's always going to be some network changes. We ran something called a geo access report to make sure that all the employees have access to the important providers. It doesn't tell us if there's certain providers that they go to that aren't in network. But that's why Leroy and Hilda and Scott sent that communication out to the employees. I think they got a few responses as far as who wanted to check into the providers.
We didn't. I'll be clear.
Oh, sorry.
We didn't send out a communication,
Sorry.
but I reached out one-on-one.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And talked to people in this building some, just trying to get a feel for.
Okay.
And then we asked, well, who is the main provider? And then we checked the coverage. And for most everyone, there's a couple of people I'm still waiting on to give me the documents. Most everyone's covered. There's a few specialists that aren't. It's hard to get the specialists covered, especially on a new plan or under this first set. So covered under those are like the strongest. But I think all in all, the $0 copay, there's a reason to recommend it. Not necessarily the lowest cost option. So United Health benefits on it. That's why we're recommending. But got April 5th on in the back. Dennis Payne right here, and Jim, Chief, and Pearl, and Josh, and Deborah, and they're all employees. And I want to hear from them. I'm certainly happy. I am not married to anything. The whole point of this is I really need to see Mike and almost we're either the next. No, it's because we got to get, it's because our accountants got to be able to get a payroll set up with the new rates. And we'll know those, as soon as y'all make a decision, we'll know what those rates are because I have to say, still have to get through them. It's also spread. That's why we're doing it. Yeah, I know we don't want to do this. I don't know what's the problem is nobody got a problem. Always, I don't think try to do our homework, talk to the people who actually have plans, try to
The Spirited has 4 currently that are doll size.
I need to do it.
You can ask for permission to release those.
I know this is something I talked to Wanda about everything that not really wild.
And I jump on top of that too. We're the same way. We don't have any skin in the game outside of bringing what we think is the best recommendation. So United Healthcare, that's why it's shown in your packet as far as what Scott is saying. That's a great recommendation as well. I just really think that what we're seeing, what we're experiencing from our other clients, the people love, a lot of times they're not going to get the care they need because even though you have a lower deductible and a lower out of pocket, it's still a lot of money. You know, it's $4,000 if they have a procedure that they need to have done, maximum out of pocket. So if they hit that, that's a lot of money for folks. So what we're finding is employees are able to go get the care that they need that they might have been putting off because they just don't have that amount of money saving. So that's why we're recommending it. I know you said you had a question. I have a lot. Okay.
Well, we got,
Sorry.
Well, and one other thing is that I did contact today. Real Life Face Agency is not in this network. And then also, down Medina, up in Medina Hospital, which as you know, Walmart, Johnny Fox, local. Myself, I come here and I go to the few times I go to the doctor I have in COVID is not in this. Also, in your packet, it's the cost, that's not correct. On serious. Because
if you look at the plan costs, those are the plan costs. 40 plus child, 40 plus spouse, 40 plus family. The employee costs everybody. So if you're looking at what this, which is true, you know, you have to back out what the employee costs is. Kind of back out what is the back up.
deduction is policy for employees. Because even though it's a zero deduction, all of it. This is true. Now, listen,
Oh, again, when we're talking about, okay, so be
but
clear
it
when we
also-
say that. We're talking about United Healthcare, not CNL, right?
I
Still
didn't know
talking,
female was even on.
yeah, but
I know. I understand it is.
yeah, and I stated that earlier. I stated earlier, this is not a city. City could save more money, and it's free by business. But overall, out of pocket, look at the bottom, the richer plan is
Then it's different. The whole point, I guess, is it's going to be a thing. Yeah, it may be that everybody, the staff members can go out and do that. And that's fine.
right.
But if they're not, then why it's stuff in that person out of it. Person, time is out of it. So, because it's not going to take everybody to all. And so that would be what was.
It's different for every
So right here,
provider.
non-network is 2,000.
That's what your maximum exposure is. So each provider has a contracted rate, and if it's out of network, they're still going to have a contracted rate. And so in your scenario, give me the names of those providers. The other thing that we're finding is if you called and asked about curative, a lot of providers aren't familiar with the name curative. You need to give them the First Health Network. And so that's the Aetna network that they're renting and while they're building up their own network.
Well, and when I went to sign up today, I called and asked the question to the person that was. And they said I could go online, not text me either, to look up the that's how I looked at it. To speak. But I think that's what everybody else is doing. Just so they can see whether or not, just so they can see not or another thing, and you may not know this, is everybody's
Yeah.
it's 100%. So whether or not I use it.
Yeah, you can't choose. Are you talking about choosing having Blue Cross and?
No.
Sorry. Oh,
We're in TRICARE Prime.
Oh, yeah,
that kind of
yeah.
stuff.
yeah, yeah. You know, if they have other coverage, then if they have with TRICARE, then they can stay with TRICARE. They don't have to cover. Yes. So just like if they have coverage.
Yes. I've been.
So I want you to let us do the provider search. So I will tell you, because we're all about transparency, we are seeing some disconnect with the curative provider search than the First Health Network. So when some people are going on to the curative provider search, and we've already given this feedback, some of the providers aren't showing up, but it could be a combination of things. It could be the way you put the name in. Some of those systems are very finicky. And so we want to do those searches for you. But ultimately, we're going to have two provider searches whenever we talk to the employees. It's going to be curative, and it's also going to be First Health. Because the other thing is, when they're renting a network, sometimes there's a cross as far as if they've recently gotten a contract, it might not be uploaded yet into the curative system because they're still relatively new. So First Health is really the gold standard as far as probably are going to really direct them to doing a provider search with First Health. When they get their card, it's going to say curative and it's also going to say First Health as well. So it's a lot about employee education and making sure that they know that Marsh McLennan is here as well whenever they do have questions. We want the employees to be happy, right? If they're not happy, then y'all are hearing it and we're going to be hearing it.
One of the, I want to, we we want to hear what the staff thinks. But what about the kids? Chief, live in Bernie. So are the providers in Bernie on the network?
He did a geo access report to make sure that there's providers in each own zip code. And so specific providers, we have to have that list, right? Groups your size, they don't give us that kind of detail. So we could even request it with Texas Benefit Tool. That's called a disruption. The larger you are, we can request that. The larger the size that you are, we're not. That's why we run this geo access to make sure that there's providers in those zip codes, and it covers hospitals, primary services, different hospitals, and so that's what we're because if any of them work, then obviously that might.
Hopefully, also away from all stuff. Patient, making out. Did you eventually get it? Yes. Popular? Absolutely not. My wife, where I've lost employees, yes, that's how that's please get it. Wherever you go, there's going to be issues going on. I know it's going to happen. Got to me looking at it. Soon I'll be off the medications I'm on, like the direction I'm going, but I literally it's going to affect those people that have family or other issues. The research went to females, well, who's female? You know, and then it picked up, and everybody started saying, "Oh, okay, yeah, we got it." It seems more popular. HEB. I was at CVS, and I will never go back there.
They're
Horrible.
closing. Josh, I know you have kids.
That's a great question. I can't answer that right now. I can get with curative, and some of these questions haven't come up. I'll be honest. I mean, I will say that I can only speak to the disruption that we've heard from the other groups that we have, right? And so my largest one that I have is 500 employees out in Jotham, and we haven't heard any. We haven't heard any from that. But I will get that.
I want to be clear. I'm not married to any outcome. I really am not. So direction the council wants to take. Want us to have. We can try and collect all the doctor data for all of our staff. Get March to try and verify are these doctors in the plan or not in the plan. I don't know if I have time to set up a meeting out on Monday for your special meeting. We can do a special meeting, try to call a special meeting on Monday, and yeah, I don't have I have zero issues on those things. We want to make the best decision possible. The whole concept of this is that they have an issue with zero desire on my part. I do think it was good. There's a net savings. I want to be clear. Every plan is a net savings for what was it's just the net savings. I don't care.
Carl? Yeah. What is the track record of what say what is
I mean, the track record isn't long, right? Just because they haven't been.
high?
No, because curative's tending to pay higher to the providers. That's the biggest issue, right? With these carriers is they're trying to beat down these providers cost perspective. Because they're able to save money on the pharmacy side, they're able to pay these providers a little bit higher. The other thing I will tell you that Curative is doing to help, I guess, appease some of these issues that might come up is they're doing something called a zero card, where if an employee goes to the doctor and they're not familiar with First Health or with Curative, they can use this flat card, hero card, to pay. I just had one of my new clients that her son had a fever this morning. She just realized that her pediatrician's not in network. That's a whole long story. She's in care, and she went to them because they allow. And so that's why she chose him as a pediatrician. But they weren't in network, and then she went to two urgent cares, and they told her they weren't. So she used the zero card, was able to pay. We'll come to find out both of those urgent cares were in network. It was the front desk person that they called that didn't know, because insurance is complicated, right? It's very complicated. And a lot of times they have those employees that are sitting at the front desk that are new and just aren't familiar with it. I've called providers that I know it's in First Health Network, and I get that answer where they're like, one of the ones was here in Castroville, and I can't remember which one. And the girl at the front desk was like, I've never heard of that. And so she's like, let me look in the system. And she's like, well, I see it in our system, which means that they're contracted. But she's like, we just don't ever see it. So that's when the employees can use your zero card. They're also letting them, so when employees go, they're also letting them use it if it's out of network. It's not something that we want to publicize, right? But they're using it as a circle back. They'll pay the cash rate because they're trying to keep the disruption down while they're building the network, and then they're circling back to those providers, especially if they see out here that there's one that people are going to on a regular basis, and then they're starting contract talks with that provider.
So then I also have this travel issue and stuff.
So First Health's all over the country, right? So it's an Aetna network. So they're not going to run into any issues. If they do run into somebody who doesn't, any type of emergency service is always going to be counted in network, no matter what.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's a great question.
They travel
Absolutely. Yeah.
cruises.
Yeah.
Come back to the staff. Downside is have a weapon. No, that's not so good. The super majority definitely get the force of holding. The vote is just Ford holding the vote like that.
We have a right. All right. So this Sunday, August.
Raise your hand, Paul. That was the wrong time to raise your hand. Look for a second.
Any further discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did point you out.
Yes, ma'am. What's your feelings?
Not true. Not true. True. Now, we confirm that these specialists are in network. Yes. The neuro-oncologist, that's what I was looking at. Well,
Yeah.
not personal, but just perfection.
No, you that's in a way a violation.
I apologize. He looked up just for Hilda's computer, I was looking at names. One of the names is the doctor. Do you have any confirmed that yet? Right, right, right. So you got some work.
And it also affects some populations. On it. Yeah, but if you had, but still, yeah, that's still.
So can I respond to that? If you do have a local pharmacy, one of the things that we have seen Curative do, if HEB is too far, is make an exception if there is a hometown pharmacy.
Well,
We have, right, right, right. All those meetings on Tuesday, 5:30 after citizens staff, there is that, okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Right. Monday, August 5:30. Here to staff. I said, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess at 7:56. Keep going. A lot of.
said, I walked behind him.
Yes.
I don't know if that's the internet. Well,
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get people's input if they get even. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 I know with TRICARE. Yeah, I know with TRICARE, very common state that we'll have providers that are on the network. One month that'll be that. Or they set a quota, not like that is the whole month aggravating and like for here for dedication for teenagers. Carrier right here. Oh yeah, it's and I had right here to get a fire and open space all the way. And we have private the small boat closed right behind it. And the fire and like I'm saying, that I yeah, it's very big, Yeah, I fire. Oh yeah, so that's the other aggravating thing. And making it late or that continuity. Call up and say, hey, this happened. They already know they know the track record and yeah, it is. I've seen a lot of it on the exercise side. Yeah. All right. We ready? Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting started. PI voice. All right, we're going to go back into session at 8:02. All right, next item. Discussion and possible action on changes to the city's code compliant process.
I thought mine was gonna be the long one. Just read the, agenda for actually current process based how. I first want to point out too that I'm learning this as we go too. Shout out for Josh and Pearl. They're very compassionate about it. And they're, looking for that direction and we're going to find it. I think, you can find people passionate. They really love what they're doing and about it. We went back and we had a meeting with the judge, the prosecutor, our city attorney, Mr. Dixon, and myself, for about, 45 minutes, discussing how things move forward. A lot of it was those, the cases that you keep on seeing. And we've been sent it to, Liz with the report and looked at that aspect of it. And she sent back the, standing on those cases. Top one on Athens is courts. The one on Geneva Street, that's a violate promise to appear. Issue there.
Heads up.
I visited all of them today,
Okay.
even the older ones and the new ones. I visited all the locations today. and looking at the Berlin Street. One had requested a bench trial from the court. Um, the next one down on Maple Street has been reset until October. And the last one just entered into the court system, the one on London Street. There's one of them that's pending in the court case that, looking at it from, correct me if I'm wrong, Curl, but it's a brush issue. They went to trial. They should going to get they wanted a bench trial, attorney, and now the brush is gone. So what we need to do is move it back out. And I mentioned to Curl today as far as looping everybody in the loop, sending an email to the courts and everything else, so we can get a resolution to that case. I think that's what we're all wanting is a resolution. And I think looking at the hard fast thing, I don't think we want to be the sledgehammer here because towards the end, our city attorney will explain that that has some ramifications that will affect your budget, possibly, depending on how far you want to go with that. Looking at it from the essentially, I know I talked to the mayor several times on some things, and I think this is the whole thing that we're looking at is as far as how does this process, and essentially we're gravitating towards the complaint based. That's really where we're going. Essentially, talked to Curl several times. We try to get it the same day or the next day, go out and visit, and make their first contact verbally. Typically within 10 days, there's an issue of a code violation. Within 10 to 14 days, the infraction, the notice of violation, and after that, and I think, again, I'm going to take some ownership of this. I really need to get some of these cases off the middle and help them out and say, okay, we need to get this and this done to get it done. Because really looking at it from that standpoint, realizing that when Pearl took over, she took it on herself, and I know that's the first mission that that's like 7 pages long. And it's a code enforcement strategy guide. And she looked at it from, I can't remember what other city had it, which we all do, and I reinvent the wheel. But we need to massage this doctrine a little bit and look at changes that y'all might want to see. Some of the places that I went to visit today, some of them I know that really bad, and some of them aren't so really bad. One of them is something that would probably take some type of remediation to get that resolved. There's no other way, and it's for sale currently, and it's bad. Looking at other things as we go through it, I think what we want to do is work with the citizens. If you look at it, if it's going to take, let's say we're going to have a hard pass for 10 days, 30 days, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I think really if you see a progression of movement towards the resolution, I think that I can explain that to whoever wants to complain. Look, we've got this in, working with this individual. That person that may be complaining doesn't know. They may have medical issues, they may be elderly, they may have some financial related issues. Could be getting other people in there, help them, other groups. So that they look at some nonprofit groups. Maybe someone was talking about maybe high school students, like a project or something like that. It's just mow the grass and knock it down. I know one of them that I looked at today is kind of in the Bimbo historical mission designation on the out. It's the high grass and stuff like that. Is it like 6 foot tall? No, but it needs to be up. No, I didn't see any really 6 foot tall grass when I went around today. The brush that needed to be picked up probably needs to be moved to a central location. If that was a waste management issues on some occasions. But a lot of it is just working with these individuals and us getting. We then, like I said, Monday we held a training with our city attorney, Josh Kroll, and myself. Really looking at it from the standpoint, what I saw was, it's just like we saw. When you go to the academy, you get out. Guess what? Everything's different. You get the streets. Code enforcement, code compliance. got to do those steps. Okay, well, what if this happens? What if this happens? So there's a lot of unanswered things that I think is through the training, and I think the city certainly helped that along and is very open to if they have any questions whatsoever, to give her a call because there are some different things and there's some legal stuff that you have to do. But I think really what we're looking for when I talked to the mayor, I said, please do this. I know it's long because we are really wanting a direction, and once we have that direction, let's find that and spend it along. And I think the first thing I think council saw that well, this one's 10 days past what it was supposed to be. Yeah, but we show in there that they've done this and this. I think that is acceptable. I would hope. Um, you know, as God, I'm getting older. You're not as fast as you used to be. You know, and that's the part of it. You know, that seriously. I mean, that's what you're looking at, and some of these people they just don't get it. I think one of those was some of the watering issues that we've had. I think really once she goes there, and she's really good about informing them and talking to them and everything else, and give them, hey, look, well, I'm going to change up my irrigation system. Don't go on this, but and again, you also have to come out where they come out with a hand water. They're sitting in a lawn chair, an adult beverage or not adult beverage, watering their grass. That's what I want to do. So we have to look through those things, and I think if we communicate better, I know that we've had one meeting with Public Works on the water stuff, and then circling around, we need to go back to um, Liz as an example. One of these cases, the person who paid the fine. Guess what? We're by there today. Haven't changed. They have not changed. We're doing business out of the residential area. Got property. How much time do you want to give them? I think that needs to go back to the courts and say, look, or talk to them and say, where are you at with the property? Did you purchase the property? How long are you going to move? Put a notation in your notes. This day, guess what? I'm coming back. I think that's really important. And a lot of this goes back to some communications going around on our side too. I'll admit that wholeheartedly. But I don't like to fail too many times, and I think I like to fire on all cylinders, and I think we're going to get there. But we just need to tweak it. That's occurring, and like I said, the staff is truly amazing, and they want to do the best interest of, as Mr. Dixon says, the Castroville issue. I think that's the important part because we've all been having hurdles in our life to get rid of things or to resolve things, clean up things. So I think we need to give them that opportunity. Um, so the strategy guide that's put together, it's got some time limits and planning and stuff in there. Really what we're looking for is some sense of direction, saying, yes, this is the direction you want to go. We really like this strategy guide issue. We just need to tweak it a little bit. And I think we also have our city attorney that would probably go into the more legal stuff as far as, okay, the budgeting process, if you go remediate a property, who's going to pay for it, the budgetary stuff, and be careful because of some of the stuff that they cost a lot of money. A lot of money. Do y'all have any questions?
I I like the strategy guide. These everything on the new part that that's great. We might want to include that as nice. Oh, that's good for the girls. Wait, no, I like try to give a timeline for everybody to know.
Just one last thing, I think I would like to, yes, kind of maybe being towards the proactive, get a lot done. Yes, sir. Correct. Yes, sir. That's wrong. That's the one I said we need to manipulate. Yeah. And probably looking at it going forward, I will make some more changes to this document. Have it. It's just more as making that on page 3. I know it.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's crazy because, like I said, I mentioned in my last the chief, myself updating our policy. Oh, a lot of changes. I've been stuff from the state. I've got it down. One. So don't keep on top of it. So we're going to work with both of them and right direction.
I want to clarify this correctly. Right now, we're operating under a complaint. What I had told you is around 52, so placing is not been carried out. I don't see in there that we actually already enforced it. There are a bunch of those pictures, 50 or so that I only they can't, whether or not you're comfortable with our moving away from really points to people practice.
I like that. Okay.
Something like that. don't know if I asked. We talked about doing things. What is for? I think sponsorship proactive. Yeah, I had a lot of house. Like even in the what is process? Why do these big part of that? After we learn, once it goes six away, you gotta have that. Try to get our job, the role of the safety science officers, to address clients for this. Once it, like I said, you're still not remediated. You're still doing it. All bets are out. Yes. Drum roll. So that I think I got you. All that means is they get more calls. You're not going to win. True. True. It'll go both ways.
That everything.
again.
All right. All right. Any questions?
I want to point this out. They violate grass, all types of things. Fast food. So the ones that haven't, how come it's even there?
I get those calls all the time.
Right. What, so, but now you've heard what's the reason. This is your test.
That's an
Your test.
excellent
Don't start me, David. The short answer is because it's not going to do anything. It's just going through a court process, and the courts will take time. There are, to be clear, there are legal processes. There's a legal process by law to like freeze. And that's hard. And sexually effective. And weeds, brothers. Yes. There's like three or four reasons. It's because land and rights. The reasons why cities can build onto the property. Those are reasons. There are a couple of the properties that had elements of this property. Not everything, not even one of their properties, but there are a couple of elements that do. So, group look at which aspects of the process they're going to move the process to the process. Up until this point, line Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
You were knowing it.
Well, we did. Yeah. Part of it.
Sometimes.
Right now.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. Where
Yep.
So do I have a? Yeah, because it says discussion of my thoughts. Right? Yep. All right, come on, go back up to the website. All right, so now, all right, John, I was still my phone.
Yes.
All right, so we're on to now discussion and possible action on changes to community center project instructions and contract with construction contract with Frontiera.
We don't have the cost for Frontiera because Frontiera erroneously provided us on the schematic. We thought was going to try to price this, but this yes, there's cable running. Right. Yeah. Cor- Correct. But what I'm saying is we don't have those costs that we didn't ask for. What we got back was a duplicated cost that we should be providing some costs for a couple of things like running cable, doing other things related to the fire alarm system. It wasn't the system itself. They were never quoting the system. They were quoting finances. Right. This was just cabling. Right. Funny. Yeah. Wasn't the alarm just getting, that's my understanding. Now, I'll confirm that though, but that's my understanding. larger than.
So,
In that section too? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, so the part, they had like the entry road on the road saying deduct that just to the park. What do they leave in for the parking? Deducted it, but that's in them to do that. Start flying. But we could look at the net. Really on the like, it's funny, the food that is true. We've already paid them 48. So, so what this boils down to, guys, is we have this staff's strong preference to build the food service, understanding the not claiming it that we put this out to bid, basically out once for CM, no interest. No one wanted to do it. Then we carved out the demolition, got out the bid, had it demolished, had a whole range, all the way from 19,000 to 120,000, or whatever it was, the demolition. He had been demolished. Then we took it back out for bid. Only had one bid. We took it back out for bid again, and we got like four bids. The bids ranged from the low bid, which was for 26 million, to like two for everything, um, versus up. There were some that were 3.4 million. So this was the low bid of all the bids that you guys ordered, and we're still over budget. Um, so again, it's not what that means. All I know is we've been able to lower the Frontera contract by about 50%. More questions follow up, but 50 grand is not 400,000. Y'all had set aside 450 out of the bond funds for this project. We're still shy 400 of the 410 that we need. Shave or 50 Frontera shaved out, but we maybe shaved a few out of say we shaved another 50 out of ACS. And we might be able to shave some more. If y'all don't want to go with badge card readers, just go with e-locks. That'll reduce the cost. And I don't know what it'll be. There are additional, my point is, a couple additional value adds, but we're still not going to get down 410. We're down to 410 minus 50, 360. We shave out 20. What it would take to get getting the waves and kind of getting back to the outside that getting back to landscaping, etc. We're looking at it using that in addition, you've got 450 of bond money that's already programmed for the building. You'd have to spend, pay, authorize additional 300,000. Didn't want to parts of the building. If you want to build it outside that. Nothing. Well, it was 1.7 percent. So I have a yeah, I'm supposed my my recommendation is we can carve out the pick this up again. We brought the all carved out the all instantly carved out the all backwards all file. Those all yeah, that brought their bid um, 2 million. So we're at we're at one. You just like yeah, parts are out. commercial. This will be vision place. We're still get them separate. Get them separate. Out. We're already. We're still short. This was the. This is all your talk costs. Sounds like I, I didn't. But that's what I'm trying. You're trying to get. Thought we would be able to start construction now. I don't know. Yes. We're fine. Our first pass. Um, somewhere between these. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not counting those because we were still over that. Okay. Allow. Go ahead and start. Try to find rest money. they can start construction projects. We should see for long. There's a reason they build these businesses. We need to get, we're going to work to get some of this now on the outside. Get out front. Hopefully it helps out the leadership. Always. That's been, yeah, so y'all know that we need to do that's help. That's leader earnings. What we need, leader listen. And I really, really, I shouldn't be surprised. Very pleasant surprised how well he's did that. He's taken that list, he's checked it off, he's gotten all the signatures. That's part of what I do every night. Already delivered Betty. I got Betty. We've got a couple more items to get. Together and ways and what's the next year. After that's done, they still have to get a flat. They still have to prove everything. It's good now. But I think we only have a 7 steps. Yeah. When I just
Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right. Now on to going into executive session. Doing meetings after 55103 codes 551 title security and government 551.085 about deliberation regarding economic development association police council need to review advice to attorney parties following cobblestone development agreement, UC development agreement, Latin speak during session.
Stay on.
yeah. Yes. Yes.
there are problems. Okay. All right. So reconvene open session 7. There are no actions. Executive session. Already on the agenda. Somebody else do anything? Okay. All right. All right. We are adjourned at 10:07.